wishing for something fresh and new. Then a ping, a welcome sign. Rocket Wolf's going live tonight. Click the link, the channel loads. Time to share the daily loads. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. Maybe gameplay sharp and fast, or just a chat that's built to last. He reads the comments, sees the names, ignites community flames. If someone's down or feeling lost, he counts the gain, ignores the cost, shares a story kind and true, words of wisdom shining through. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. It's more than just watching a screen unfold. It's finding courage, brave and bold. He builds a space where folks connect, showing kindness and respect. Turns a dull night into fun, inspiring viewers one by one. With every stream he plays his part, putting encouragement in every heart. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. So tune on in, don't delay. Let Rocket Wolf brighten up your day. Yeah, Rocket Wolf, keep shining on. Stream until the break of dawn, or whenever you sign on. Woo! Woo! The world outside feels gray and slow. Got that screen fatigue, nowhere to go. Scrolling feeds the same old view, wishing for something fresh and new. Then a ping, a welcome sign. Rocket Wolf's going live tonight. Click the link, the channel loads. Time to share the daily loads. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calm. with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky, entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. So
And good morning, World Wide Web. We are live here in the Rocket Wolf Studios in far north Queensland, Australia, the island continent. And it is a Monday morning here, as well as in the UK, Europe, and Africa. Still a happy Father's Day in the USA and Canada. Hope everyone is doing well, and good morning to Mass Bandit. Thank you very much for the redeem. And we've got a bit of an overcast day today. You're quite welcome, Bandit. And it doesn't look like the weather command is working anymore. Let's see what's going on with that. Hmm. Ah. Let's just send a message to our wonderful bot developer. And we'll have to see what he says. There's a good chance that that's not something's not working there. Something's not working. It's a Monday morning. We've got a 99 limit on weather command, but we've only had 7 used. I don't know. Huh. All right. Well, if G-Man shows up, the Discord bot is showing offline. Twitch bot is showing online. Don't know. It says it's enabled. Channel status says it's offline. That would be for Discord, which is probably why it's not showing online. So, all right, two little issues we'll have to work on. Maybe the G-Man can get that worked out. Yeah, so, gosh, it's a very mild day on our 16th day of winter here in Australia. And yesterday we celebrated the first of two Father's Days, so I celebrate the American holiday. Today for you guys, yesterday for us. And then we'll do it again in September. So let's get over to our game scene, which looks like that's all working. And Blerp is here, Stream Stickers is here, yay. All the good stuff. All right then. I did a little bit of work over the weekend. Just refined a few things, got a few things started up. Not sure where specifically we left off. But in the meantime, let's let me do a shout out for Mr. Toxic as well. There we go. And right, so we got the blast furnace going, all that good stuff going. There's Toxic. All right. I tried not to shout too loud. Hope you're having a good day, Father's Day. And so we've got the rods going. I think I did this in reverse or backwards anyway. We should have done the plates on that side and the rods on the other side. Barbecue day, indeed. Like a world famous barbecue day. Well, American barbecue day. That's what Father's Days are great for. Backyard barbecues, chilling out, having fun. All right, let's get our speed up. Speed is set. There we go. All right, so what we're going to do today is we're going to set up the blast furnace for the plates. Even though they're going to come out on this side, they're going to crisscross a little bit right here, just so that they get lined up. We can uncrisscross those. Actually, I just saw a nice way we could do that. I just saw a nice way we could do that. So if we bring rods in on this one, let's do that. Mr. Kiwi Rob, good morning, mate. Or rather, good afternoon to you. Let's do this. Let's bring this one. Oop. There we go. All right, now we're going to need a little slopage here. This will be a down. This will be a up. Yeah, completely missed that. That's better. Oh, we could actually leave that up there. That way it's not interfering with anything. Perfect. All right, so we got Ruby Games. Thank you for the spam. And thanks for being your last ever. Yeah. Already banned, already reported. And Twitch, at the rate they've been going, within the hour, that account will be traced and deleted. All right then. So what we're gonna do, since we've got the Technum rods already done, over here we are going to do our Xeno plates. Yeah, I have to hand it to them, Toxic. Twitch has had a little bit of a reputation issue as far as handling bot spams, scams, and that kind of thing. Probably within the last 4 to 6 months, I'd say, they have seriously stepped up their game. I really gotta, you know, give them kudos for that. I probably get about maybe 4 a week, if that. When I used to get like 2 to 3 per stream, and then you know, started reporting them. I think the reporting is the big issue. Is people generally don't report them. They just do a ban, which is fine, or their automod does a ban, but don't report them. So basically, that leaves Twitch unaware that you had an issue with them. But it's good that everybody report them. I mean, and it doesn't have to be just streamers. It can be chatters in the stream. What we're going to do is we're going to have this one built out side by side with that one. And what we're going to do is we're going to try and get the bonus. So when we hook up these hot air stoves, you can see there's a bonus for each fully adjacent and enabled building. So this one gets a 50% reduction in power usage. This one gets a 25, and this one gets a 25. So this one has one neighbor, this one has two neighbors, and this one has one neighbor. So what we're going to do is we're going to build out 3 more over here. We'll move these chem labs, or chemical processors out of the way, and put 3 more here and 2 more air attached to them. That way we can, and then I'll tee them all together so that there will be 2 connections on this side, and there will be 6 connections on this side with 4 air inlets. So I'll put 2 more air inlets, because the air inlets, I think, get a bonus as well. No, no bonus. No bonus from being adjacent. So we'll keep those kind of symmetrically lined up right about here. And then we'll move the chemical processes down here a tad. So we'll have 3 for the Technum, and then we'll have 3 for the Xeno. It's built already. Look at that. That was fast. And look at that. Nicely connected. Missed this one by 1. That's all right. Now it's connected. Now, instead of bringing power all the way up, pretty sure we've already got one. Yep. Power is connected there. Power is now connected there. And then, of course, mineral over there. Excellent. So mineral, coctignum, and Xeno. Operation mode, xenoferrite, and start it up. All right, so those will fill up while we're getting our hot air started. So what we'll do we'll disconnect those. Those side by side on the... Yep, those are side by side. One, two, and 3. Oh, always. Oh, it's just a slight glitch of the mouse. There we go. All three of those. And we'll wait until we get these built. Oh, what are we missing? Power. Pipe attachment. We don't need pipe attachments. Input. All right, that's right, we do, because hot air's got to go in as well as hot air out. Power source module, isn't that what that is? HVG module power source? Blocked. Blocked. By other objects. Really? Don't tell me it's the pipe. It's the pipe. Yeah. Well, buggers. Yep, gotta have that one gap. Oh. I've got construction site rubble. Did I just get that? No, couldn't. Let's do this one first before we do the others. Still blocked. What's on the outside edge? There's the footprint. The gangways are right on the footprint. Footprint is at the base. Oh, hang on. Yeah. Footprint is on the edge of the base. Footprint is on the edge of the base, and the gangway's on the... It's not that pipe. What the heck is in the way? That strut, that support leg is right on the base. Pipe is on the block left of that. Oh, they can't fit underneath. Wow. Because the antenna pokes up into the foundation block. Wow. We either raise that platform up for that section. Wonder if we can do a little manipulate. Oh, no, that won't do because that will misalign the pipes. Or I'm going to have to do it outside. See if that'll do us. Okay. That'll work. Not very well lined up. No, didn't think so. I was just going to try it out. All right. So there will be a little bit of a gap. I could have left that whole chem lab set up there. I did not realize that that was... And see, it is underneath just a little bit, but it's all about that stupid antenna right there. Right there. All right, maintenance materials brought over. And we are over budget, so let's do this. That brought us back down below budget. Could increase our vault. Could do that. Oh, Mr. Chris. Good morning. Good afternoon. Freeway is shut down. West Yellowstone. Awesome. You're not getting, just out of curiosity, you're not, highways are not getting down, shut down because of, snow, are you? Right, look at that. Once again, a mouse click too far. What? Wait, it can't be. Oh, it's fine. A stalled semi. Weather's good. Oh, nice. Nice. That's funny. Your summer is our winter temperature. So the way I'm reading this, wait, wait. $100 in Utah. Wow. That's crazy. It's weird that this has to have power to deconstruct it. Construction site is now active. It should get deconstructed. Yep, they're going. There goes the deconstruction crew. Construction, deconstruction. Gone. We saw nothing. This time, let's get it lined up properly. I should have put a marker down before. Would have saved a lot of time and trouble. Okay, that's better. So we might as well get a T on here. And we might as well get parts connected. I'm not going to get that side-by-side bonus. Doesn't that suck? Not going to get the side-by-side bonus. That's all because it's on that row right there. Wow. And if I clear that foundation, then I won't have power for that row of loaders. Could probably get away with the conveyor belts because it doesn't have to be on foundation. Wouldn't you know? It's only 2 blocks also. I wonder. What are the chances? What are the chances? I put one there. Still not going to get a side-by-side bonus, is it? Because of the one pipe in between. There's no room. This one doesn't actually have to run in between either. Plus that one's empty anyway. Yeah, it's pumping down. Hey, Mr. Kevin, how are you doing, mate? If we did that. Okay. Just working on rebuilding your factories after tearing everything down. Yeah, that's that happens. I think we all go through that at least once. At least once. Let's line these up and see what kind of luck we run into. Let's put those there. Let's just take out that row. Yeah, that'll shut down some of the smelters. Just for the time being, though. And let's see if this can be built. Assembly lines. Well, if you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask. For sure, for sure. I think you might be right, Chris. I think from what I've seen through my own builds and what I've seen from other people, hey, look at that. That one will get fit or get constructed. How about that? Just because, well, it does hit one loader. Right there. But there's no reason why that one can't, that one can't be moved to there. Perfect. Right, let's see where this other one lines up at. That will give me the side-by-side that I'm looking for. That fixes everything. Oh, not delete. You can't get splitters until you start building and then need to rebuild. Well, if you build with splitters in mind, even though they're not unlocked, if you build with splitters in mind, because splitters are 2 by 2. You can still build your initial build, and you can even drop marker, you know, use your foundation or something and drop markers where splitters will go. But the game takes an awful lot of foresight, and it also takes a lot of previous knowledge. That or interaction with another player who has played that can offer up some, you know, helpful tips to help with the pre-game, the pre-setup, or the you know, that vision that of your goal. So unfortunately, there's no help for somebody going into the game fresh and not having seen the game being played before. You're almost guaranteed to rebuild at least once. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so splitters a semi-good example, but there are other things, like you say, you know, knowing the building sizes, knowing the port layouts, all of that knowledge you have to have previously in order to even envision a game plan. And that's one of the things I've talked about before that the developers could improve on, and that is, and the wiki is kind of the stopgap to that, but there needs to be some sort of in-game information that helps the brand new player with visualizing, seeing what the parts are before they're unlocked, seeing their port configurations, that kind of thing. You know, that's which makes it kind of, you know, unfair to a new player, because that does force you into exactly what you know, you and Kevin are talking about, and that's a rebuild. Blocked by another object. All right, let's see. It shouldn't be blocked. The antenna is only 2. The spacing is all right for the pipe. Because the pipe is a single lane, which there is a gap for that. So it would only be it's only 2. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 is the antenna. 8, 9, 10, 11. Is that what we're looking at? 11. Yep, 11. And that's on 5 on the left, 4 on the right. Okay, so let's say that's the edge. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 antennas. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be where the antenna falls, right there in the middle. Oops. Oh, and Spectre announced the ad. Have I messed with it? You mean my original assembly line? It's still the same. The bus line? Oh, you mean for robots. Now, I wanted to get these blast furnaces done before I have messed with the assembly lines prior to this latest version. I built robots, built, painted, and sold robots. You can still ask questions about it. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry we didn't take a break. All right, why won't that one go in next to it? It is side by side. I bet it's because of that power pole. Shouldn't be. I'll bet that's what it is, though. Blocked by another object. See, I wish I could leave the screen prior to building this and see what's blocking it. Oh, yeah. That's the thing about leaving a game behind, you know, for too long. Okay, the two blast furnaces are lined up. It's not this pipe, because that's well outside the bounds. It's not the power poles, got rid of those. And we're very much allowed to go side by side, because that's how you get your bonus. That's definitely where the antenna goes. Unless it's one more this way. Let's go one more that way. Plenty of room for the antenna. That should be the only thing. There is nothing else visibly. Oh, and your game save, yeah. Yay! Okay. Let's see where that antenna ended up. It should still be able to construct it unless... No, because it constructed this one underneath the platform as well. Mr. Diesel, good afternoon, happy Father's Day. How was your Father's Day? There they go. Awesome. Quiet, relaxing Father's Day. There it is. Finally. All right, what's our gap? Our gap is 9. Six, 7, 8, 9. So that means that one and that one have to come out. And wow, that antenna does not interfere with any loaders. That's awesome. This one would be one loader. No, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that does not interfere with the loader. Perfect. We'll get rid of that one. And move this one over. Now we should get the neighboring neighboring structures bonus. That should do it. This one should show the bonus already. No, it has to be operational. That's right. Okay, we don't need that anymore. Power, tower, port out, port in, tower, tower. Yay! That's awesome. All right. Now, that can be a T. That can be an elbow. That can be a T. Perfect. the center of that can actually line up Oh, I hate that. All right, so it has to stay behind that. And we want it to line up right there. So that splits that one. And then this one splits this one. There we go. I'm in and out on stream. There are more people trying to use their phones than what the tower can handle out there in the middle of nowhere. Keeps freezing up. Oh, bummer. That does suck a bit. All right, we want the utility panel on the left as we face it. So that is utility panel. Indeed. Wouldn't it be cool if you could overpower the tower and force a spot for yourself? Oh, shoot. Utility panel goes on the top. Dang it. Stop. Damn. Oh, look. Materials were just showing up. Closed for 2 hours. Holy moly. You would think, I don't know what the terrain's like, but can't they route traffic around? Watching a quick video on the procedure, it looks like even though I don't care about painting, I still need paint. Yep. My question is it possible to ship paint in barrels or only through piping? Unfortunately, it's gonna be piping, but I'll just double check that real quick. Well, you should be able to use the cargo ships, but as far as those barrels go, empty barrel, barrel of olamite, recycled barrel, and an empty barreled olamite. So there's nothing in here for paint, and there's jetpack fuel and there's portable fuel, but there's no way to barrel up the paint. But there's no reason why you can't put, there's absolutely no reason why you can't pipe, you know, from your chem lab, the paint into a cargo ship and send that paint over, because these can handle, you know, fluids. Paint is a fluid. Portable fuel is for people that want to be able to take liquid fuel, put it in a barrel, and ship the barrels, like on a belt. You can send it on a belt, or instead of using a liquid pad, you can use a the normal construction pad, put the barrels in a cargo ship that way. But barrels will definitely go down belts. So you can belt barrels of fuel, and you can belt barrels of olamite as well. But for the most part, the only thing we really use fuel for is the jetpack. I mean, I don't know of anybody that does fuel production and transport in a barrel. I mean, as far as the portable fuel goes. Some may want to use it on the you can use portable fuel in here. So there's actually this slot for fuel. You can actually put barreled fuel in there or portable fuel, either way. And what will happen is there's you'll have if you put that in, there will be a second slot that shows up for the empty barrel, and then you collect the empty barrel out of a normal loader port. Yes, Saku, that's right. There is the fuel rods, these things right here, ignium fuel rods. You can put that in. The only thing the boiler doesn't have is it doesn't have a pipe connection to load in liquid fuel. It has to be barreled up and then used. But yeah, you can use these ignium fuel rods, and then you'll get the empty casing. Just like if you put in portable fuel or jetpack fuel. Well, you can't use jetpack fuel. portable fuel, you'll get an empty barrel. Takes a normal empty barrel to make it, plus the fuel, and then when you use the fuel, you get the barrel out last. Same thing with the ignium rods. You'll get a casing left over that you'll have to loader and belt it out of there. Pretty sure you can use energy cells as well, but don't hold me to that. No, I take that back. Well, with the energy cells, I don't think anything is left over, but don't hold me to that. Do I have an energy cell? I do. Yes, you can definitely reuse. Right, so you can't use energy cells. So that's your fuel options. That's what most people do, Chris, is they make a loop so the empty comes out. You have a chemical processing plant right here. Load the barrel in. A barrel full of fuel comes out, goes back to the beginning of the line and comes back through. They have a loop like that. Yeah. And the recycling barrels, I'm not sure what the application is for this. It's new in this patch. This could be turning empty barrels into plates. Yes, Diesel, it would save ignium for other things. But in order to make fuel, you've got to have the low density olemite, and then you've got to have a good supply of the crude olemite going in to make the low density, which will get shuffled over to the chemistry processing for turning it into fuel. Hang on a second, be right back. Real quick. All right, sorry about that. It's starting to rain here, and I had to close up some windows on the east side of the house. Okay, so yay, we've got our bonus, or we will have our bonus. That looks fine. There we go. Perfect. No way, Diesel. We haven't had rain in months. We're keeping all we can get here, buddy. All right, let's do this. Let's see if we can get this lined up. Oh, of course, it has to be right underneath it. Really? Don't tell me it's going to be like that. Too far. Yep. There's blocks where it's going to be. That's going to be too far. That's going to be... Oy vey. That's kind of stupid. That'll work. Wow. That's just redonkulous. Well, it's not the wall connector. What it is the cable and the droop. So I can't put this pole right here because the cable coming from here cuts through the binding blocks right here until you get past that pipe connector. And I can't even go on this foundation block right here. I have to back up one more to be outside the bounding block of that pipe connector. Isn't that stupid? So even though I could or want to go directly below the connector right here, straight down, the cable from here cuts through the binding block for that pipe, which comes all the way down to this edge right here. But weirdly enough, look at this. Weirdly enough, this cable goes right through the pipe to this connector. Isn't that stupid? Straight up for this one, because I couldn't put it on the block next to it because that's where the vents are. See, this, the corner of the vent actually occupies that block, so I can't use that one. Yeah. It don't matter, it's just a small pole. Yeah. As long as the vent and the stove are connected, that's the important part. Now, let's get T on there, T on there, T on there, and it looks like we'll be using that one there. Yeah. Okay. Now we should get 50s on all of these, except for the very end two, which will be 25 minus 25%. So that one is 50, 50, 50, 50, lots of bonus, and then 25. So of the 6, only 2 are reduced 25% fuel electrical consumption. 4 of them are reduced to half, which is great. That's what we want. Now, we still have to configure this is hot air intake. We'll just do all of these as hot air intake because believe it or not, these, if you put a pipe connector there, they have to be configured for something. You can't leave them not configured. Sunrise is late? Where are you at, Kevin? What part of the world? In game. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so the sun rises at 8 a.m. and sets at 6 p.m. Ah, cool. All right, now. This pipe is slag. So this will have to continue to come out. For slag processing. This pipe, that's our Technum Molten. And these pipes, or this pipe, will be our Xenoferrite Molten. This one can be slag. All right, that can be our slag processing. And it'll come out to somewhere here, which will bring around to the front of the line. So our middle is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's our center. And this, of course, will be All right, that'll be the center of the xenoplate processing. Yeah, I was out of pipe just for a little bit. I've only got like 6 segments left. Sorry, it's just going to come to a T with a pump right there. Should put the pump. Nope. It is called pump pipes. So that will be pump pipes. Pump pipelines, pump pipe to pipeline. So we'll get one of those to put in the line. And of course that will have to be powered. And it'll have to go in that direction. How many are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tall. So 1. That's 8 tall. Yep. How many crosses that? Oh, I see. Yeah. Number 8 is actually the center for the pipe. Yeah. All right, that's got power. Green is good. Now, configuring the rest of these. Doesn't matter what they're configured as. You could actually configure them for any of these, really. Liquid Fermilite. Hang on. I did not know liquid Fermilite was a thing. All right, that's everything configured. She's heating up. Wasn't it a thing before this update? Before lava? What part, Saku? Oh, the liquid fermilite? I know there was liquid toluxite. But see, liquid fermilite doesn't show up here. You know what? That's worth checking the wiki to see what the liquid fermilite is actually used for, because I don't remember seeing that on the blast furnace. Let's see what it's used for. Oh, this was actually entered into the wiki on the 16th of April, or 23rd of April. Liquid fermilite is made from fermilite bars. 100 fermilite bars makes 1250 liters of liquid fermilite made by an electric arc furnace used for crafting fermilite sheets. What? This is an alternate recipe for creating fermilite sheets. No, April 23rd, 2025. It's very weird because damn it, I just closed that page, but no, there it is. Because liquid fermilite is now an output filter. No, if you go down to the bottom of that page, it says this page was last edited on the 23rd of April, 2025. Well, the last edit should be an edit with the updated information. I don't know when it was added. Let's take a look at history. View the history. The first version was May of 2024. Second version of the page was May of 2024. Third version of the page was May of 2024, and in the current one, 23 April 2025. Yeah, so I probably never did liquid fermilite. But it says the electric arc furnace, so I'm really curious. The blast furnace has liquid fermilite, but when we went in here to do the operating mode, there were only 2 modes available. And that was the xenoferrite and the technum, molten technum. So I guess the electric arc furnace, do I have one? chemical. I guess the arc furnace is the only way to make the liquid fermilite, but no selection in here either. That's weird that the wiki says you can make liquid fermilite. You cannot do it in the electric arc furnace. There's no liquid fermilite in the crafting recipes. Yeah, it's not a thing anymore. Because we have the lava smelters making fermilite sheets. Yeah, probably so. Can't even make the liquid. None for the chemical processor. Where's my casting machines? Need some casting machines. Made some over the weekend. Let's put those away. I put my... Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna be. There we go. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's just gone out of the game now, or future something. Balance and output. Only real way to balance an output. An output of what? Tell me. Clue me in. What are we balancing the output of? Are you talking about trying to get the same amount of product on two different belts that are not saturated? I haven't dealt with balancing since Factorio. The Xeno Rubble, I've tapped a vein, and the spots for the ore vein miners are not the same number on each level. Right. I want to balance it so I can feed it to two or three different lines. I think the easiest way to do that would be send them all up to the surface, you know, foundation or flat land or something like that, and then use your splitters. You know, here's the thing. It's not perfect, but you can change the priority to this side going in. This is the input priority, both equally, or the right side. And then the output side, you can do the same thing. You can priority output to the left, equal to both sides, and priority output to the right, which stops the other side. Well, it doesn't stop it. So the whole idea of the priority adds. All right, you guys are probably getting ads. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. Sorry about the interruption from the break. I'm back anyway. You shouldn't have any ads going right now, but anyway. So you can use the priority of the splitters. Just keep in mind that if you set it like on the output, if you set the priority to the output to the right, all that means is everything coming in, balanced from both sides, will output on the right until the belt is saturated or stops, in which case, when that happens, it backfeeds to the other belt. So even though you have a priority set to the right, it doesn't actually stop anything from getting through on the left. It just means the priority is on the right until it's saturated or full. Now, that's not the only way you can balance things with a splitter and a logistics container. You can also use all of your data stuff down here. You can use the buttons, data source sensor, data processor, the memory cell, the evaluator, and the cables. You can use all of those on all kinds of devices and belts and containers. Yeah, the core drilling miners, 160 a minute. A tier 3 belt onto 1 and 2, they will already be both be 1280 on a tier 4 belt. Okay, so what are you talking about exactly? After splitting belt 3, splitting the third belt and filling up belt onto 1 plus 2? I'm confused. Outputs from 3 miners would be 480. Combined would make max or less than max of 2 MK4. Oh yeah, it'd be a lot less. 3 times 160 is 480. So splitting one of the three and merging that onto the other two, yep. You know, we could take a look at I think I did that with ignium. So you have so you have two miners at 160 a minute going on to a 420 belt, a 1280 belt, and two more miners at 160. So that's 320 here. And 320 here. That would make a 640 going, 4 miners of 640 going on to a 1280 belt and a 1280 elevator. Plus, I've got another 160 coming over because this one will never operate. This one will never operate because it's blocked by an area that has been reserved by another. So the reason this one will never operate is because of that miner right there. So even though these are entry points, these are the only valid entry points on this level. One there and one here. You'll only get 3 operating. That's a problem with the game, the way they've got that designed. Oh, it only works in a new save? Oh, man. Well, as far as balancing, I mean, I've got 5 miners. So 800 a minute, 640 plus 160, 800 a minute, side loading onto a 1280 a minute belt. Is that what you're talking about, Kevin, or do you want to get all of them? Because see, you can have up to 8 miners on a level, 2 on each cardinal direction, north, south, east, and west. So you can have up to 8 miners, 8 times 160 is a single tier 4 belt. And you're using tier 4 belts, which is $12.80 a minute. Have you got the tier 4 belts split on the surface so that some are going one direction and some are going another? And you've got more than $12.80 a minute going up to the surface, right? So more than one level of the vein is being fed into one location. Right, so you've got a 1280 freight elevator going up. So you've got several 1280s. Yep, okay, so 3 1280s coming up. So basically have 2 of the elevators. Well, you set up a logistics container and have all 3 elevators feeding into a large logistics. You know, 1, 2, 3, and then a single output. 3 1280s are what, 2560, but they're not full. And this can hold 6400. But it'll give you can then use your loaders to split how many out that you want from them. You can use filter loaders and you can use the logistics cables on them to speed limit them. Or you can have a splitter and then leave this one balanced so that an even number goes out on both sides, and then set this priority to one or the other. So if this one gets saturated, then this one begins feeding in. No, the data cables will give them speed limits. You can use the data cables and devices, these bad boys down here, data cables, data source, sensors, and that kind of thing that you can attach to any loader. And then you can speed limit it, balance it that way. Or you can leave this to balanced on both ends, and it doesn't matter how many is coming out of the logistics container. They will balance out on this side. So if one side becomes, you know, you could just do this. And then anything coming out of logistics container will be balanced on the splitter. So that wouldn't be too difficult to set up. But then you always have the you always have the option of using your data cables and whatnot, like this. So these are your data cables, and you have data sources, data sensors, memory components. All these down here, memory cells, data processors, data source, buttons, levers, all of these right here. You can balance the shit out of anything with this. And they're logic circuits. I mean, just like in any electronics applications, if you did a free basic electronics course on the internet, you know, there's lots of people that teach basic electronics and whatnot. You can learn how all these things work. Or if you're used to Factorio, it works just like in Factorio. I've never used them on the batteries, but yeah, whatever the game allows you to connect data cables to, and processing units and memory cells and whatnot, you can use all the functionality of the logic circuits, electronic circuits on them. I haven't tried all the devices to see what all. So assemblers, definitely. Loaders, definitely. Logistics containers, definitely. I just haven't tried all of them. I didn't even try see if you could connect it to a splitter. I'm thinking you can. No. So there's no connection on a splitter for a data cable. But you can see the hot spots that show up on assemblers, on loaders. Nothing on the casting machines. You can put sensors over a belt. Not on the freight elevator itself, but okay, so there's your sensors that can be put on. They showed up just a second ago. There you go. You see the sensors that show up over the belts? That I haven't tried, Secretary, but it works. Oops, it works. There's no device that I know of that alerts you unless the memory cell or the data source has. I'd have to take a look. Let's see what's in the wiki about that, because I actually haven't tried that yet. I haven't tried a lot of the data. Yep, so there's a page for the cable, the evaluator, the processor, the data source, the recipe data cable, recipe data evaluator, research data manipulation. Yeah, so there's pages in, so they've updated that. It would be really cool if there was some sort of audible alert, you know, game wide, so that when you're in the game, you could hear a sound over, you know, a distance, unspecified distance, something like that. That would be pretty freaking cool. Yep. Indeed. That would be so ideal. You know, fun to set up, easy to set up. Oh. The what? What was that all about? Hang on a second, we got something running in the background that shouldn't be. Let me just double check real quick. Something's generating CPU time. CPU usage. That could have been Chrome. Google Chrome. Or it could have been OBS. Well, it fixed itself, so Foundry's using 30% of the CPU all by itself. OBS is using 10%. That's mostly due to encoding. Anyway, it fixed itself. We got 2, 4, 6, we got 8 going here. Perfect. Whoa, hang on. Is that right? Oh my god. Eh. Rocket is a freaking idiot. Mr. Snow Maru, thank you very much for the lurk, mate. Enjoy your stream of Plate Up, or Dead by Daylight, or 7 Days to Die, whichever it is. I did this completely wrong. I meant to... set it there. And this one, I meant to set right there. Wish we could drag. Can we drag these? No. Be nice to be able to drag buildings. I'm sure there's a mod for that. All right, that's 32 on the bottom. 3 rows of 32 is 96. Wonderful. Ugh. Oh, what's going on here? I broke something. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did I forget to put something back together? Oh, those are all operating. Technum, mineral rock. Ignium. Molten technum. Insufficient hot air. Really? Did I break one of my... That one's on. 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 What's our grid status? What in the world? "30 megawatts is turning on and off. 100%. 100%. Uh-oh. There it is. No, it's... That one's not on. That's 5 megawatts on and off. That one's not on. 7.5 megawatts. Power connected. Power connected. Pipes are connected. Oh, hang on. Connected. Connected. Hot air. Oh, I hate the way they made these. Oh. Hang on. You set the second input to hot air, but it has no hot air pipe? Here's our hot air pipe. Oh, you mean this one? Yeah. You have to set, just like the first one, you have to set every single, you have to set every single thing. Filter, even if they're not being used, you have to set them with a filter, which is redonkulous, in order to satisfy the panel where it says, you know, you're missing a filter. So even though we're not using this one, if I set this to nothing, because there's nothing connected to it, it's this one that's connected. Watch what the panel says. Warning, not all pipe connections have a set filter. For you and me? Yeah, that's right, because we're not using it. We're only connecting hot air to one inlet, but because I didn't set it to do something, the machine goes, no, I can't help you. So in order to clear that message, you have to set it to something. I mean, you could set it to anything, but you have to set it to something. And that clears the message. But anyway, back to the issue at hand. I know why. I know why. It's the slag. Slag can't move anywhere, but it's saying insufficient hot air. I didn't hook my chemical labs back up. That's why I had those. Two, three. That should be enough. There we go. Slag's going in. Correct. The machine won't need it, but the filter might protest. It's not even a might. The filter will protest. Which, give you another example. These pipes right here, we're not using them. But if you don't set a filter of something in here, the machine's going to say a filter's not set. to you and me, it's like, yeah, it's not set. We're not using those pipes. But you better put a filter in there. Let's get our, where's our incinerators at, just to keep this going. All right, loader belt. Let's just put them up here. Chemical plants. What do you mean, these guys right here? For the slag, right? Three. Yeah, 3 of them were on, how do you say it? They're on randomly, for not even a quarter of the time because it was processing pretty quickly. So I can expand them if I need to. But we're just going to start with 3. We might need 4. 3 for one of these. When it was doing the Technum rods, these 3 were on like 15 seconds out of a minute. So I'm thinking they'll both be able to handle 2 of them. I'll tell you in just a second. So here's the thing. Its limit is 2560 a minute. We're still getting insufficient hot air. I'm just going to have to take a look at that. The stoves are not acting properly. But anyway, the slag never usually goes up above 23 or 2400, even though it'll handle 2560. It just doesn't normally go above. So this one hit 23 and some odd number, but then it started coming down right away. But I'd like to know why some of these stoves, like this one's... Oops. Yeah, that's the adjacency bonus. We got that. Something about the hot air. Okay, that's on steady. That's on steady. But this only gives us 162, which is enough to feed 3 stoves. 1280 liters per minute. Yeah, that's probably right. blast for output maximum is 1280 liters per minute. That's the max. That's the max. These will accept 180, so 360 for a pair. So that's 360. And another 180 is 540. Yeah, max if it runs full tilt. But no, you need more than 2. So if it was at full tilt, because the max is 1280 liters maximum per minute, these will only handle 180 a minute. So that's what? Yeah, 8. Oh yeah, so what the ratio is per blast furnace: 2 air, 3 stoves, 1 blast furnace. That's the proper. So we've got 2 blast furnaces, 4 air, 6 stoves, 2 blast furnaces. All we did was double it. But it's still it shouldn't, but funny enough, I shut off 2 of these. That one's off. That one's off. These 2 are running at normal. These 2 are, you know, those 2 are running at normal. They're connected to all 6 stoves. And that flickering insufficient went away. Isn't that weird? I was oversupplying it and it said insufficient. Yeah, I don't know what the max inputs would be on the big pipes. It's probably in the wiki. These 2 are off. See, even these guys are not complaining. 100%. 100%. 100%. Oops. 0. 0. 0. Isn't that weird? So these 2 that are on, closest to these 3 stoves, those 3 stoves are off. These 2 air vents are feeding these 3 fine. This one's still complaining of insufficient hot air. Okay. Alright, let's turn one back on. Let's see what these 3 say. Oops. On, off, on, off, on, off. We got one of them working. Wonder if it has something to do with the reduced power consumption. No, it shouldn't be that. So these 2 are off. This one's partially on. These 3 are fully on. And the thing is, they're all getting the same hot air, or they're all getting the same air from the same pipe. Yeah. That's exactly what it's going to be. That's exactly what it's going to have to be. You just can't share them for whatever reason. Isn't that stupid? Yep. It's going to take a minute for this one to catch up. Because it's been off. But the stoves are on now. 100% utilization. 100%. 100%. Still blinking. Whoa. Still off. What the hell? Now it's fine. That one's fine. That one's fine. What's that song? Keep 'em separated. That's exactly what it is. Well, they're happy now. No insufficient here. No insufficient there. That's just stupid. See? So even though this is 180 a minute input, it's only taking 108 at a time. It's 108 divided by 3. Normally this is 3 times, it stacks up to 3 times that's normal. Where's my calculator? 108 divided by 3, 36. And then it produces 5 a minute. Yeah, so 36, 36, and 36. Most of your assemblers and machines take 3 minutes. No, I was looking up here. Right here, 108. And we got ads again, so nobody can hear me. Sorry about that. We'll be back in a flash. All right, I'm back. Yeah, Sagittarius. So 36 slag every 12 seconds is 108 liters. It's 5 cements a minute, so one every 12 seconds, but it uses 36 every 12 seconds. So if you multiply 36 times 5, that's 180. That's what it uses. But now what's odd about that? Yeah. So 360. Welcome back, everybody. So 180, 360, 540. 540 a minute. And that's from 2 blast furnaces producing slag. At a maximum 1280 liters per minute. It's not, now granted, I'm not using the full amount because I've only got 1 row. This needs to be 2 more floors above it to be 96. But this one's, well, you know what? At the moment, these 2 floors are not producing, so it is just the bottom floor. So 1/3. So probably and then some. Because you can see even the incinerators are kind of at rest for 4 or 5, or only one incinerator is operating. And it rests for about 4 or 5 seconds. See, these guys would rest when it was just the Technum. These guys would rest. I'd be curious to see if these guys rest at all. So right now it's these are handling 2 floors worth. They're handling 2 floors worth. Well, this floor is running. That's 32. Well, why isn't this guy running? Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on. Xeno. Content, 90%. Pull up. Oh, you know why? Belt's full. No, it's not waiting for slag. It's actually waiting to process. It's waiting to process molten. This is what's funny about it. So that's molten xenoferrite. As long as this is below 2560, this operates. I've got something, let's see what it says. It's only operating at 2%. Yeah, it's batches. Correct. Which makes it difficult to keep track of. It's not a non-stop process. That's right, it's in batches. Network content is 4050, capacity is 4050. Max throughput is 36,000 liters per minute. Input is 540 out, so it's operating at 2%. It's certainly not overloaded on output. Let's see what rods. Rods aren't getting used a whole lot more than plates are. See, slag, there's up to 2,300 slag in here. Usually up to about 2,400. This one's only got 1,900 slag. I wonder, hang on a second. All right, plates don't move a lot, rods do. All the smelters for plates are off. So it's just coming from, yeah, plates are only doing tick, 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 tick. Rods are going brrrr. And that's because of the factories. Rods go blur, burr. Plates go tick, tick, tick. But see, this one's operating. It's using up what it's got. Oh, wee. Well, it was. See? Yeah, that's right. I mean, it says there's nothing in the pipe works, but if there were nothing in the pipe works, they wouldn't be smelting. You see what I'm saying? I mean, if the pipe were truly empty, the smelter wouldn't kick on. Casting, so yes, casting. So basically it's trickling in. But, you know, these plates could probably be supplied by one casting machine. Well, that according to this, there's 15 liters in there. So it's coming from somewhere. And it's just random which one turns on. So 15 liters flows through the pipe. It will. In one of these machines, it will. Well, you would think that. So there was probably 45 that went in, 60 or 45. Yeah, that's right. They're building up to saturated. This one's 0. 0, so these guys are all 0. Except for the last machines, which are stacking. Zero. 0. 0. Oh, belt's empty. Still 1934. Still plenty of ore. All right. Maybe 3 per, like you were saying, maybe it's 3 per blast furnace. Chemical processors. It is kind of side loading. It is kind of side loading. right, let's see what we get here. Yeah, you know, so if it's 180 a minute, that's 8. That's 8 per blast furnace at full tilt. So far, I'm only seeing 1 incinerator per every 3 chemical processing. And that's not even on full. See, that shuts off for 3 of them in operation. All right, that's what it was. Now we're getting molten. But it still says empty. Still says empty. That's what's freaking nuts. So pipes are empty, but casting machines are all on. Yeah. See, now they're off. It's a batch thing. That's what the rods are doing. Yes. So, yeah, don't try and figure out flow rate, because there's no flow rate. Now we're about 100 above where we were before. And uses 1 up, that's right. Yep. Ugh. Yeah, it does. It's like instant. Yeah. So when this one hits almost 0, this one hasn't budged. This one's at 0. This one should be processing slag. There it goes. It's because of the pump, because look what's behind the pump. There's nothing behind the pump. It's empty. But after the pump, so the pump sucks the pipe dry behind it and feeds it all in. It's just batches. Input 16% in the past minute. Output, that'll eventually reach 16%. No, maybe not. There goes another batch. $45, almost 5,000 liters. Almost 5,000 liters. See, this really never goes up to 2560. But it's operating now. It's just weird how it does it. Like you said, it's a batch thing. Now it went down a little bit. Generally speaking, these should be hovering around 0. There goes another 5,000 in. Yeah, that's right. So there's a portion of the batch that's not topping it up. Right, that's right. It took a while for the rods to start operate, you know, the blast furnace for the rods to start operating consistently, even though it was on and off because it only got one floor operating for the rods. Same thing's going to be, I'm sure for this, it's going to be the same thing. I reckon. I don't know. I mean, there could be some more info added. Yes. I mean, there's room. The font is okay, but there's room to add a bit more information, like how it's processing instead of just the max. Yeah, it just needs to have a bit more. That time it went above 5,000. Slag's processing just little bits at a time. There it goes. But yeah, I reckon that's a batch thing. Whatever the batch quantity is. There's 10,800 or 10,750. So it went up by 5,500-ish because it was right around 500 something. Oh. Right, that was at 70%, wasn't it? So when it goes below 70%, it fills up. So this should... When it went to 1920, it plus 640. Okay. I'd like to see something in the wiki that explains a bit more in depth about the blast furnace. Just to, you know, because wikis are informational purposes, right? There's 13.6. Now it's at 100%. You reckon 1920? Well, it's at 100% now, so it's going to drop below 1920 without sending more. Oh, it did it. Yeah, 1920. 25% of 23.04, 25% of 2560. Okay. Maybe that's it then. Seems right. Seems right. 1920. %25 of 23,000. Which they seem to be. The timing is exactly the same. Both fill up. The molten and the slag fill up at the same time. Now here comes 1920 again. Yep. They both instantly filled up. No, because it's too close to topped up. Unless they both max out, which I doubt. I want to see if they both max out. Well, no, 1920 only takes 640 time. Needs to go to 17,280. But it won't make it down to 17,280 before 1920 shows up, right? Right. But at least it's operating full time now like it's supposed to be. Here comes 1920. Ah, did not fill up. Because there wasn't enough room in the molten. Oh, there it goes. I think that was it. That was the right number, 17,280. So the slag will continue to go down past its 1920 until the molten reaches its 17,280. Yep. Yep. And the casting machines are only on as much as they need to be to keep the line. saturated, which they are. So now we don't need any of the crushers or smelters over here because we have the crushers handling that. Probably be a while before these drain off. Because we're side loading. What I need to do is, like I did with the rods, I need to put a splitter in. Yeah. So blast furnace is prioritized now. We just need to I don't have enough room. Yeah, I do. There we go. Now that should burn off the rest of the ore and empty out the smelters. Crushers are done. All right, that takes care of that. All right, that'll be a little while. So these guys are prioritized now. All right, so 3 and 3 and an incinerator each. All right, that fixes our air intake issue. That fixes our stove issue. That fixes our molten xeno issue. Flag issue. Yep, 6,400 there. 6,400 there. Everybody's happy. Ignium 800, it's happy. Almost 7,700 in the ignium. Seems to be working okay. It's far more stable now. Yep. All right, that looks good. Now, we haven't done these guys in a while. Just trying to get these guys up to 100% efficiency. Most of them are hitting their 40. $54, 40, 48. All right, doing good on that. 3.6 experience per. That's fine. All right. Oh, hang on. I haven't looked at the finances in a bit. So right now the sales route's been pretty steady at 502,512. Sales platform hovering around 170-ish. Fuel is fairly consistent, 9207, 9206. Market earnings pretty solid, 80,000 from Firmalite. You know what? I just realized yesterday I've been saying it all wrong. It's not Firmalite. I keep calling it Firmalite, like right here in my notes. It's not Firmalite. It's Firmarlite. Who'd have thought? Hold on. What is it? 245. Hold on, this is support worker for Peanut. Okay. Righto. We're upgraded. We could probably do a few more hangars, but yeah, Firmarlite. I'm doing that all wrong. So we're not needing a second or third floor yet, but I will get that done. Right now it's just almost purely just decoration. There's only ever enough for the first floor to be enough rods and plates to be being used to operate one floor of casting machines. But then this is the one where we did that one test Teluxite where we're selling wafers on the market. Over here is where we're gonna do the full-on production of the Teluxite wafers, which coincidentally is just close enough to our base, which is awesome. Then we'll do our planter drone and then start looking at the finishing off production of the other drones and starting the robots. So a lot of this stuff has to be expanded. I mean, a lot of it's off because it's meeting demands right now, but we're going to be opening up a lot of new contracts. So I just want to make sure those are up to speed. Firmarlite sheets are fine. Polymer boards and circuit boards are fine. Robots stacked up, robots stacked up. And I really don't want these robots to be stacked up in waiting. I want them, because that's money not going into the bank account. So that one's full. That one's full. These guys are all full. Those are all robots. All right then. At least we've got things set up for easy expansion. This one's not full. See, these guys need to be a little bit more on the go. Well, there's still some in the platform. All the rest of them are full. Maintenance drones, greenie bots. Polymer boards are full, even though they're still in operation. Almost full. And then the maintenance drones. And light bots, wherever I pass those guys up at. Pull up on fracking fluid, which is keeping the deep cores going. Rod supply. Xenoplate supply. Okay. Two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8. Yep, that's 3 floors worth. That'll be a T. Yep, which is a 4-way T. Actually, that should probably be an 8-way. Yeah, I reckon that'll be an 8-way. Okay. Yep, that's right. All right. Grab us a bit of a... All right, and a little bit of T action here. And the rest are four-way T. Or junction, rather. All right, we've got an ad break coming up at the top of the hour. Get a stretch, stand, stretch, hydrate, bio break, caffeinate, whichever you need. And I appear to be out of pipe. Right, those will only fire up temporarily until they fill up, saturate. All right. All right, be right back. All right, we're back. Sorry about that delay. Just had to open up those windows that I closed earlier from the rain. Get some airflow in here. Alrighty then, let's see. No, it's still not working for whatever reason. I'll have to check on that after stream to see what the what. Okay. All right, let's finish up the casting facility. I am just about ready to put the building facade on these because they're pretty much going to take care of themselves. Casting machines won't need to be babysat for any reason. Once they're up and running, we'll just have to make sure our blast furnace is doing its thing. I'm really debating on whether I should install a mod for the blueprinter. Crap, I got something out of line again. That one. Figures. Only takes one. Oy vey, there's the school. Hold on just a second. All right, sorry about that. Fun times when the school calls. It's always going to be about Peanut. But, yeah. Unfortunately, I do have to take those calls when they happen. Oh, look at that. That's a nope, that's a nope. Try again. Now, these all have their recipes in them already, so all we have to do is place them down, connect them, and ignore them after that. Now, I probably need to check and see how many surprised to see you still on. I think I was stuck waiting for the freeway to open for about, oh my god, 3 hours, Chris. Oh, that is so hated, mate. I feel bad for you. Yeah, we got about 15 minutes left in the stream. We got loaders in here. No, not there. Not there. Alright, we need to craft a few more. That should be fine. Did you say you were heading into work or heading home, Chris? Or not into work, but into your quarters? Ah, righto. Thank God for mobile phones, hey? Or tablets. I can remember being stuck in traffic for, you know, lengthy periods of time when I lived in Atlanta. Before, you know, mobile phones and tablets and things like that. And all you had was your radio. Or a Walkman. Ah, nice. Bet you're looking forward to that. I really, you know, I wouldn't mind a vacation of some sort. I haven't had a vacation in so long. I want to take Peanut out camping or something. I really want to take him for a ride on the Gone, which is an incredibly awesome train ride from the Northern Territory down to Adelaide. It's rather expensive. It runs about $4,500, but it's a 7-day trip, and it's the Gone is a really luxurious train. And it's quite the tour. Actually, this one only needs to be an elbow. Oops. There we go. Oh, pipe segment's too long. How much? 302. Damn. What's the penalty? Throughput is limited because pipe segment's too large. Break it apart into smaller segments. Yep, using pumps. Both segments. Now, how come I didn't have that issue over here? Oh. Is that why? Okay. All right. That would be why. Let's do this. And we'll take these out. Yeah. Yep, that's why. Oops. Now it's one under. Ah, they use the drones. You mean the cargo ships? Oh, to build it. Right, the maintenance drones, yep. Or maintenance guys, those. Yeah. That guy right there. Yeah, you'll get to it after a while. These air handlers, the stoves, blast furnaces, you know, the scanner, radio tower, and fracking towers. Fracking towers are kind of a big thing. All right, that is done, even though I've got those pipes turned the wrong way. It don't matter. All right, all the plates. So we'll connect up the top two and we start our demand for 3,840 per minute. Let's collect up our debris. Because these guys are all done. Having trouble getting my hover pack to work in Vintage Story until I realize I'm on the wrong game. Dude, you are not alone. Switching between DSP, Satisfactory, Vintage Story, Foundry, Tectonica, trying to keep all those keyboard commands and controls, hotkeys in your head. It's almost a refresher every single time you go back to a game. You know, and Captain of Industry, you name it. It looks like it is all, oh, almost. Right here on the very end. So we can go from here to here. And there are no more inputs. We're only awaiting the outputs to clear. So we can go from there to there. That's a lot cleaner. Well, it's probably, oh man, it scared me. It's probably a lot different now. They've had a major update a few weeks back, and there's been about 13 or 14 patches since then. I mean, it's been almost every day or every other day that they've had patch for Captain Ministry, so a lot of new stuff in there. I really want to see more of that game. I want to get into it. But the Altars is out also. I was actually debating on doing a spin of the wheel today, but for whatever reason, I kind of opted out of it. All right, only a few more left on those, so we'll let those filter out. Yeah, I reckon it's significantly different for you now. You know what, we've got... It's hard to believe there's still stuff going on down here. Oh, those are red belts. Yellow belts. We got red belts and yellow belts. And we still got Xeno-ore coming out of the ground. Which is fine, it's feeding those crushers, which are making cement. I haven't seen this poor little guy in a long time. Oh, we still haven't built 4 pump jacks.
Right. This moon has been chosen because it's not only rich in minerals, but it's also full of a liquid resource called olumite.
Yeah.
This sticky liquid can be refined into the various chemical products we're going to need. We should find some and drill it up.
Oh, we found some, not to worry. Not to worry. All right, 32 crushers for Technum, 32 crushers for Xeno. All right, these guys should be, they're getting there. They're almost done. All right, so we've got the Teluxite full operations we're going to do at the north end. Since this is all done, we'll start putting some cosmetics on. So starting to build the buildings and the platforms. And start putting factories and something that looks nice. This is an awful long route for mineral rock. Once I figure out what the building is going to look like for this, then maybe I'll look at a different way to get mineral rock. Could actually go along the ground. Let's try something. Yeah, nothing nearby that I could see. There's mineral right there. This is the one we're digging. This is where it's going. Yep, so it's coming out of the ground here. Actually, you know what? It's probably not. Don't we have a deep core mineral rock going? Technum, Xeno, Teluxite, Ignium, mineral rock. Oh. So in actuality, we could have another platform right up here, shipping pad, spaceship pad, right about here, and get our mineral rock from over there. What's the status of this? Well, this is mineral rock right here. Oop. All we're doing is using it for concrete. Which is merely coming up here. Or cement. Making cement, which is making concrete. That seems to be it. And we are making rubble from it. Gravel. Gravel, not rubble. But this can be completely moved. So, mineral heading down to make gravel. And combined with Xeno ore to make cement. And then gravel is brought up here and cement is brought in over here, as well as gravel, to make this little loop of concrete, which is just used for green science. Concrete is used for something else that we handcraft. I think it's some sort of platform or it's used for an incinerator. Concrete's used for something that we use kind of infrequently. But, all right, we need to save right here though. I've got an appointment in 5 minutes. And there it is. All right. Well, that takes care of Father's Day in the US and Monday here in Australia. And tomorrow we're going to have, we're going to end a little early because I have another appointment at the end of stream. So we'll probably end right around 3 o'clock tomorrow. So maybe we'll get started a little bit early just to compensate. Yeah, and maybe we'll see what we're going to play tomorrow. Maybe do a spin of the wheel. That would be kind of fun. Well, I hope everybody has an awesome rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, whichever one it is. So a good May. Thanks for struggling along with the stream to cure insomnia. And let's see who we can find that's doing something fun and interesting. In the meantime, I'll give you the rating tools. Just copy and paste the ones that are appropriate for you as either a subscriber or a non-subscriber. There's the subscriber emote message. And speaking of Captain of Industry, yeah, let's go give it a look-see. All right, thanks everybody. It's been wonderful having you along. I appreciate all the support and the redeems and watching along. And Monday is done and dusted for me. And the credits are broken. Damn. Thanks to everybody. I really appreciate it. We'll see you on stream tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your Father's Day weekend and stay safe. Thanks, everybody. See you next time.